Okay, I think I have everything in place finally. I apologize for the extended start scene and extended silence, or rather, awkward moments of shuffling around. Getting things. Nice. Ah, me. Oh god. Okay. I think I'm good now. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the channel. It's me, Sergeant Killer Snow, and today we are going to be continuing and hopefully getting close to completion the development of Karanos the Lost. Now, there is no particular story for Karanos beyond that he is lost, and he needs to try and find his way. Whether that is his way home, his way to enlightenment, his way to the bathroom. No one knows. But in this foreign land, everyone wields a great sword and tries to kill each other. So, that's about that. Let's go ahead and swap over to our main scene. And just kind of continue where I was already working, shall we? Currently we're working on our melee enemy. I was probably going to do a ranged enemy, but I lagged behind on this a tad too much due to either some things with the engine, a lot of things with me. Either way, it's my responsibility to get it done. So what we have in front of us is our animation logic, which currently works great for the most part. The issue with it currently is that it doesn't want to play this particular one a second time. And I kind of need it to not do that. You know? Anyway. I just realized some of my checks that happen after I set it to idle might end some things. Actually, no, negative, because we're constantly doing a check to see what kind of state we're in. We're constantly going to be in a patrolling state unless we're not patrolling, which I already set that as one of the conditions somewhere. Oh, I guess I didn't. I will. Promise. So I think it happens in the combat movement, right? Nope. If in combat, I'm gonna need to go ahead and set that patrolling to false. Set patrolling to false, and if in combat is false, set patrolling to true. And if it's false, we just jump into combat logic. Over here, we're going to go ahead and say, oh, that was such a great neck pop. Hang on. Yep, that was even better. I'm gonna shift myself over a little bit so that way I'm kind of centered up a bit more. Let's rotate that. Now I remember why my screen was slightly canted. I've got all these unarticulated mounts. Also, at some point, hopefully, if this updates, never mind, they lied to me. It's arriving tomorrow. Okay, so I can stop monitoring my phone for that. But not for other potentially. Okay, no, she seems fine. That's good. That's good. Okay, then. I'm set up. We need to go ahead and gate this off and make sure that we are patrolling. No, I need to do a branch here first. Another branch, rather. So this one is just going to say... patrolling. That's what I wanted. Drop that on there. So this logic will only play out if we're patrolling. And if we are patrolling, then it'll go through the whole spiel here. Checking if we are movable. Drop this down there so that way we can see it a little easier. And then let me move this away so it doesn't look as weird. That was an awkward look. And enter this time. We're checking if we're movable, which is something that we've set over here, which checks our current state. And if we are idle, running, or turning around, we are still considered movable. And by we, I mean our melee enemy. So the melee enemy, we, will be able to move in any of those conditions, but if we are in the midst of attacking, so if our attack animation is going off, we don't want to move. If we're getting hit, we don't want to move. And if we're dying, we can't move. So, or at least we don't want the dead to move. That's a different type of game. Which I still need to play Resident Evil 4, starting on this channel, whenever the semester's craziness is done. And I cool off from it. Because let me tell you, we're not even at the halfway point yet, and I am feeling it. So this checks if we're going to be immovable, and then it puts us into the non-combat movement logic. I'm wondering if I can create a branch here that will kind of make the decision in here instead as well. Hey, Abman, welcome. We got movement working. This was movement for making the enemy patrol back and forth between 2 points safely. And right now we're trying to make it possible that when the bool for in combat becomes true, we stop patrolling. And oh, wait a minute, I just realized if we're not patrolling, it's never going to hit this point. We have to make sure that in our combat movement logic, that we called that set this off. Somewhere at the end of it, I need to put a comment here that says, remember to turn patrolling back on if player not around. There we go. So, oh wait, I think I also needed to remember to do, before we jump too far into the combat triggers and stuff. I'm actually going to disconnect that for right now. Jumping too far ahead, I forgot to check something. First off, default value should be patrolling. I was messing up some of my movement code earlier. Hey, Darklight, welcome. So good to see you both. Glad you're both here. God, that puts a smile on my face. So we got our guy moving, and I was able to also have it realize when it was supposed to attack the player. You get that combat movement tab over here. The facing direction should be over here. Oh, there you go. Just so you guys can see where we're currently at here. There he goes. He does his thing. He do be moving, he do be grooving, and if we look in the top left corner here, that text that's practically illegible, that the long one is basically a report string that I have on the character, on the player character, that's just telling me what current states I'm doing. It's for debugging. And whenever I get close to the enemy and hit a certain trigger, it says attack player called, because I got close enough that it entered that range to be able to attack me. Now I have to make sure that I'm calling that on the correct component, because this particular enemy has quite a few things going on here, right? Oh, hold up. Let me get that into a right face. There you go. Now, to break down what we're looking at here a little bit, we're looking at this from, you know, basically what perspective our camera is going to be locked at a certain right, looking at it from the right, but still in sort of a angle from a top-down-ish, isometric, but not quite isometric. It's a weird perspective, so that's why it's either 2.5D or 2D HD. This character has the sprite book, which is the animation and the background for it. It's everything on it, right? And then attached to that, we have basically a damage field reference point. I created it to be the same size and shape of what our attack box is, but this doesn't get rendered and it has no collision. I just have that there as a reference point so that way we can actually spawn a new one of those boxes that would cause damage. It's the same thing that I have going on for the player character, and it works to interact with this character because we can damage this. So it should work the other way around. We have right here the damage trigger, which is going to be what is checking for collision with player. Honestly, I can probably drop that one. Yeah, I'm going to drop that one. Wait a minute. Yeah, we have a physics collider. Screw that. Let me get a look at what we have going on for our custom here for the physics collider. I think if I just make it collide with the ground type object response. Oh, we don't have ground there? Why don't we have ground? Mi scusi? Oh, because I'm not doing ground checks or anything because I don't have jump animations. Right, so that really doesn't matter. I ignored that entirely. That's cool. We just make sure that our enemy has tag enemy. Yes. Actually, technically, I think I might want to specify that to a component. We're going to delete that, and we're going to put it specifically on our physics collider. Component tag is going to say enemy. So our player has to hit the physics collider in some way with our damage box to interact with that. Good. Player detect is where that circle radius right there, that external circle radius, is when our enemy is going to know that it needs to be in combat and start moving closer to the player within that range. I might expand this a little bit. I might also make it not a circle. I might make it a box and keep the attack range as a radius. But I think the detection could be okay as just a box. Depends. It is three-dimensional space. That's why I kind of keep it as the sphere. Yeah, no, we need to leave it as the sphere. The levels are small, but if I decide I want to make it wider space, then that could kind of throw everything off. Must be careful. So, this is what we're doing. Attack range, player detection range. So, player detection range will mark us in combat, and once the player is actually in that attack range, which I checked it out since that's basically within the attack animation range, it'll generate the hitbox. It'll do all the things it needs to do. The patrol point is all the way out here. And this is because I don't want these melee enemies to be like super dynamic and smart and being able to like go to various areas and chase you down. No, it's gonna have patrol points. If you stay within the combat range and like lead it away from its patrol range, that's fine. If you wind up leaving the radius of this and it triggers the exit collision, basically end overlap. With this, we'll set it to no longer in combat, and it will check if it was patrolling, it'll check if it was patrolling to the right or to the left, and then it'll check which point it needs to be navigating to from wherever it's currently at. It'll pick itself up from there, hopefully. We haven't coded a good, I'd say third of what I just described. We're going to be doing that in here. But that's all, falling into the combat logic, which I'm not yet getting to. What was the thing that I still needed to... I think it was the facing direction. Did I check that? Were you rotating properly? Okay, now let's see what happens when I hit you. Oh, hey, look. You haven't changed your animation back to idle. Why not? Do the thing. You also didn't play back the get hit animation. You're supposed to flash when you get hit. I'm gonna heavy attack you. Okay, at least you turn red and die. That's fine. Okay, so that's what I was trying to fix up. We need these to at least kind of look right there. This was stuff that I was trying to get set up for attacking. I'm going to scrap all of it, so that way I don't accidentally try and continue from stuff that was already confusing me. So we set that to idle, correct? Yeah. I should probably just set that automatically to looping here as well afterwards. Get rid of these. I don't need those. And then we're going to put that there. Plug that in there. Lovely. Good times. That sets it to a new looping. What that means is that... so the way paper sprite 2D, like the paper 2D sprites that you use in Unreal for 2D characters, the way those animations work is through the flipbook component, and the paper flipbook component, though nice and simple to try and make your animation and set frame rate and stuff like that, and it's great. It is annoying when it comes to changing those animations. It's great for when you just want to do a constant either idle animation or running animation, but whenever you introduce other animations, everything is by default set to looping. So if you change it to the attack animation and expect it to, at the end of the animation, transition back to an idle, it's never going to reach the end of the animation because it's considering itself infinite. It's just constantly looping itself. So they stay there attacking constantly, constantly, constantly. It's not a desired effect, right? So, in order to circumvent that, you have to turn off the looping. It's the only way to do it. So you do it here, turn off looping, you set the animation, you play the animation. Generally, it plays on its own because it's part of the flipbook. It says, change the flipbook used by this instance. We'll reset the playtime to 0 if it is a new flipbook. Cool. But then I go over here, set that to idle, and by this thing's logic, I should go ahead and go into idle, set looping, go back to idle melee enemy. It's crazy. It doesn't really want to do that. So by the logic, it should be doing what we want it to. But it's not. So after get hit, goes to idle. Does getting hit do anything else when we take damage? Are we doing something? There it is. See? It's me forgetting something. So we wind up going to get hit, and then we never tell it to go back to idle. When it's dead, we know to tell it to run the retire from life, which sets it to the death state, but we never tell this to return to the idle state, which is why it never did. So let me navigate back to these because I didn't need to put this looping thing back on there. I only set the thing idle here in the animation, but I never, I messed that up. We get that off of there entirely. And then we go back down to over here. Since this sets that to get hit, we need to set it to its regular thing here. So after that delay, set current state to idle. And then that goes back and resets the do once, and we do that so that way we kind of block out the ability to hit it multiple times at once, because it was kind of chaining hits together. It doesn't do that anymore. Tell you that much. Alright, so that should fix it. Let's take a look. Hey, buddy, come here. Hey, excuse me. Okay. Death animation definitely played. Let's try that again. It doesn't play the get hit animation at all. Interesting. So instead of fixing it, we broke it entirely. Yeah, no, that makes sense. Story of my life. So we get smacked. We set looping to false. Play get hit. And that's when we take damage, right? Get hit. Do the thing. Wait a minute. Should be at the end of that. But what if I take the delay off of here and put it down there? Or just additionally do it down there. That might work. I'm going to copy these in a convoluted way. Cool. Now I can mash them together and make it easier to carry. Hello, little delay node. Yeah, that's where I'm going to slip that in there. I think I'm going to extend it to the left this time, though. Extendo Patronum. I know I'm a nerd, shut up. Where the hell did I put the thing? Right here. So now what we're telling it to do is, while it is in the get hit state, it is going to, or when it enters the get hit state, immediately thereafter, it's going to set our current health the way it's supposed to, and it's going to wait the length of this sprite book. Actually, hang on. I want it to wait about 95% of the sprite book length. So, in order to do that, what you want to do is not be so obsessed with aesthetics like I am, constantly moving things around and shifting them, and just do the goddamn math. So we're going to multiply that by 0.95, which equates to 95%. And then we're going to take that value and plug that into duration. So by multiplying by a value less than 1, it winds up giving us, you know, that percentage value between 0 and 100%. So we're getting 95% of the flipbook length. That's how long we're going to wait, which kind of works here because I'm also getting the length of 1 frame over here and putting a delay there. So by waiting about 95% of the length here, making a decision, and then delaying if we survived that tiny little bit, and then going to idle, should line up. I know that was a whole lot all at once. Hopefully this works. I think it was swapping the animations too quickly. There we go. And it does it again. We did it. It reacted exactly the way we wanted it to. I'm happy about that. Alright. We can hit our enemies. This is great. This is great. Okay. Now we go to combat movement. Which can start in take damage, honestly. If the enemy is taking damage, it's from the player, and it's obviously going to put it into a combat state. Now, when we go into combat, that's going to change the movement, because it's going to go through here And the second that it hits the next add movement input, right afterwards, it's going to... Oh wait, we unclipped that. It's supposed to be right down here. Before it makes its movement, it's supposed to check if we're in combat. And if we are, it will stop patrolling and switch us to combat movement, because patrolling is non-combat movement. So combat movement will be basically just getting us closer to the player. Add movement input. We're going to... oh no, not that one. Get distance to... Oh no, not that one either. Get actor location first, and then we'll pull off of this and see if we can get a distance. Yeah, there we go. Distance vector. And the other distance that we want is between this and get player character. This get player character node is really useful for whenever you need to pull reference to the player without wanting to use a cast to player and then dragging into the wildcard thing on the left side of the node and trying to do all that. You could just do get player character, but that's only if the player is at, oh wait, yeah, that's only if the player is actually a character. Oh wait, returns the pawn for the player controller. Yeah, there we go. Let me actually read that off. Pawn for player controller. And it needs to be a pawn type if it's moving, so yeah. That'll work. Especially when we only need to location. Where's the right location? Get actor location. There it is. So we're trying to get the... It's not just the distance, though, right? I need to create a movement vector to them. Let me see if there's something else. We'll just type vector and take a peek. There's adding an input vector, of course, which is what we're... movement input. Basically the same thing. This is where a good amount of challenge comes into play for me, because I am not good with equations and math. Never... Well, I'm good at them, but I don't retain the information for them at all because I have no interest in it. I need to specify that. I didn't do math homework for an entire semester in high school. The teacher sent home these pink slips that I had to fill out every time I missed an assignment. And I just was outright not doing my homework, and I was lying to my mom about it. I'm a horrible person for that, but I proved within a weekend that I understood the content, and I did all the homework, and I submitted it, because when she sent that home, I was in a whole lot of trouble. So, 40-something assignments over the course of 2 days. I cranked those bad boys out, I turned it in, and she started grading them, and then she was just like, a vast majority of this is right. Like, I'd say over 90% of this is right. So why couldn't you just do this, you know, when it was assigned? And I was like, because I didn't feel like I needed to. I just proved to you that I knew the content. So why do I need to do this extra work at home to reinforce something that I already understood? and then, you know, I grew up and started forgetting things. So now I kind of wish that I had retained a whole lot more. Because right now I'm trying to... Oh, wait. Rotator orientation corresponding to the direction in which the vector points. Can be determined from the vector. But then it's a rotator. Therein is my problem. Because, like, in Unity, there's this easy, like, way to do a look at vector, but in here, if you type look, the animation, utilities... Oh, wait, hold up. Is this going to have the correct shit that I can use? It might. Wait a second. I'm trying to find the look at vector, you... Fuck. I hate this. It's like... It's not the right one. Or it could be, and I just don't know how to use it, which doesn't work for me. Excuse you? Oh yeah, that returns the rotator. No. Damn it. Hang on. I'm gonna do a tiny little bit of side research. I was able to make enemies to respawn and follow me in my game. Hell yeah! I've done respawns before. I've done spawners before. I've done localized spawners, full map spawners. Respawners are a little easier because you can just kind of disable them, move them back to their base location, and then reset their stats and turn them back on. And then you don't have to, you know, actually spawn more things in. You can just reuse the same things. It just looks like they're, you know, brand new enemies spawning, and it's just the same old motherfucker constantly, like, just dead, fade away, disable, transport, reset, re-enable. Do the same. Saves on, the wonky possibility of accidentally spawning something in the collision. Unless, of course, that guy's teleport messes up. Then it's not good. I need to pull off to the side for a sec. Rather, I'm pulling up a little side research window. Because I know that the logic for it is in my brain somewhere, but because I haven't used the code in a while, I'm just not logicking right. Let's see. Da, 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 da. Not using AI detection. That is not... No. No. Bad. Bad! Not bad. Honestly, using the built-in AI thing would probably work a bit, but I've been having issues with it constantly. So, instead, I'm gonna mute that. I don't need to hear the words. I just need to take a look at what they are doing as their intended way to try and create a... Yeah, see, you're using the AI component as well. You didn't put that in your title. That's mislabeling. Oh, wait, C++. Of course. Never mind. That's on a paid goddamn course that y'all locked me onto the goddamn site on. Dislike. Jesus. I need to find another way to word this. Everything is just using the enemy AI chase player. I don't want the enemy AI. I just want Unreal 5 on overlap chase player. That. And the very first video, AI site detection and chase. I hate the algorithm so much. Oh, thank you. Thank you. No, I are nerd. For 3 years ago, posting something that hopefully is enemy chase and kill player on overlap. Hopefully that is going to not be. I already see you putting down a nav mesh. Let's see which version of this you're using. Pawn sensing. Get out of here. Get out of here. Hate it. AI, AI, AI. All of it is AI. So also to explain the reason that I don't just simply make my character, the reason I don't make the enemy just take the player's position and move towards it is because then the enemy will rotate itself and move towards the player, and if the player is more in the background than in the foreground, that means that it will angle itself in a way that will fuck up the entire view from the camera angle that is locked in place. So we need to make it move in the direction of the X direction, left or right, and not, and also, you know, depth-wise, it needs to go to the right depth to hit the player without rotating itself. That's why I need the look at vector, so that way I can just split that look at vector and turn it into just the X value of that look at vector, because that's all I want. If that X value is negative, I need it to be facing left and chasing the player, and if not, I need it to be facing right and going that way. That's all. That's all. I need it to walk that way, then close depth, and then hit the player that way, and not rotate towards the player, make its forward vector where the player is directly, and then do that. So that's where I'm encountering the issue. That's why I can't just use the enemy AI, because the enemy AI is literally just going to use either sight or sound and change itself to a certain state and start doing it. And everything is either using the AI thing or it's using like the behavior tree system. I just want simple blueprint. Let me specify blueprint. Nope. All of it's gonna be the AI chasing shit. I'm actually upset about this. Yes. All of it. All of it's using the AI system. I don't have time to learn about the AI system to do this. I really don't. And I know that we... Actually, no, they didn't teach us the AI system. No, they did. That was like one module. One module of practice, and then it moved on, and that was in Unreal 4. So I do not have the time for that. I think we're going to have to ditch chasing the player entirely. We're just going to wait until it's close enough to the player and hit the player. We're going to say that they're blind. Mostly blind. It's our story. Why not? Ain't no damn combat movement. We're just gonna say, if in combat, see if the player is still around and then attack. Let me dip out of here. So that's because we're going to delete that. Combat movement logic gone. Okay. So if I'm in combat, delete that. We stop patrolling. I might have to ditch the player detect and just make it the attack range. Yeah, we're gonna do that. Goodbye player detect. Delete that component entirely. Now we can see that this is the new range. So if it walks up to the player, it's going to hit the player. So the player can either fight it or try and dodge it. But I'll have enemies in both the foreground and the background, so they're not going to be able to just kind of avoid them completely. So that's you there. We're going to change non-combat movement logic, at least the naming, to patrol underscore logic. Actually, we don't need underscores here. Function names don't really care. Compile so it changes everything appropriately. Right, so back to our event graph. I will need to do this here in a second, but back to our event graph. Double check this. First thing we want to do is set in combat. And we're going to also create the end overlap functionality here. So we want to click on attack range, add event, add on component end overlap, and then we're going to copy basically, let me just delete that. Basically just going to do that. So by copying that over, we just go ahead and tick those off. And since we're not going to be continuing to attack the player, and our movement logic just kind of follows its own flow, we can set patrolling to true if the player leaves that combat range. I might expand it ever so slightly to be within the attack zone's range. What is... Oh my god. It did that to me in class too. I spazzed for a good 2 minutes trying to figure out what had happened, what window I had opened. So, attack range. We need to expand that to, I'm gonna say I'm gonna take a guess here and say possibly 160? Maybe 165. Oh, I'm off, so that's like 180. So close. 190? Yep, that's the one. So at 190, that's the player detection range. Oh, wait, got it. I know how to do said things. We're gonna go to branch. I'm gonna go ahead and flex the brain that's earning a bachelor's. As brain delays immediately, thinking about my next semester, which is gonna be my last one. Lovely. Thanks, brain. We're gonna check if we're in combat. That's what we're doing. So if we're in combat, we want to, first off, let's connect this to false immediately, so that way we know that we are going to be setting our logic based off movement here, and over here, it will be based off which direction the player's at, based off that overlap collision. Because the player can definitely walk up to an enemy while it's walking away. So we want to get player. Oh, just gonna get player pawn. Or get control. Excuse you? That's wild. You're not... Oh, because it's in a function, isn't it? I bet you if I go to the event graph, it'll be fine. Let me guess. No, it's not. Yeah, get controlled pawn. Oh, by this player controller. But we're in the enemy. Okay. Pause. Phrasing. Why am I calling that on myself? Actor has tag end overlap other actor player. Make sure that's all good too. Alright. So get player character should hopefully still be fine. Or pawn, whichever you prefer. We're gonna get player character and get actor location. Basically almost the same thing that we were doing before, but I'm going to just subtract the position of the player, the world position of the player, and the position of us. Split. Oh, wait a minute. I need to do the math first. I need to subtract one from the other. So our location minus player location. Split. This is compare float. That x variable is definitely not going to be 0. But let's give it a little bit of a radius here. No, wait, what am I talking about? If the x is 0, then it's basically like directly in front of or behind the enemy. In which case it should move to the left or right, but that would be getting way too detailed for this little side project. So we're just going to say if it's greater than 0, then we make sure that we set facing right to be true. If not, we'll be facing left. And we'll have to grab this. Basically kind of the same stuff, but after the math of finding this supposed X value. Which technically I could just link it back down there, shouldn't I? I'm being so foolish. Taking up all this extra space. It's getting that velocity. We ain't doing that though. Because our velocity will not be true, pair those, and then that's where it goes. Organizationally. Directly above that one. Copy these two. Ooh, I don't even need to copy them. It's just a different way of saying I want to do the same shit but compare a different input value. And then do that, and then do that. Yeah, I guess that'll kind of be the same. Alright, so in theory, when we're in combat, after we're hit by the player, we should turn, the enemy should turn around, and that's kind of why I have them like this, a little closer to our spawn. I'm actually going to move them even closer still, so that way I can catch up a little faster. He's not turning, and he stayed idle. Oh, he is turning, but it's away from me. We need to invert. Invert! Should be facing me. Alright, he did. So... Interesante. We're going to plug that in there. And that one down there. And see what happens now. Yeah, you're in combat now, you're facing me, huh? But when I leave, you go back to your patrolling. But when I enter your space again, you're going back to facing me. Is it because let's see. Go back to facing me because we enter overlap and it sets to in combat player and attack range, and it goes to attack player, which we've only gone to attack player called, so that's why you're not stopping necessarily. Got it. We're getting there step by step. Everything is working here and here and in our facing direction. So now we need to tell it what to do besides just saying attack player called. So we're going to call the attack state. We're actually going to set the lifespan of that to about Ooh, wait, actually, it needs to wait a little bit after it does the animation before it actually... Huh. Alright, I need to do a little bit of frame rate math. How long is our enemy animation for, let's see, 2D assets, enemies, enemy 1. We want to look at the attack animation. Scroll all the way down to where we have the sprites, because we also have the flip book in here, right? No, did I move it? Yeah, flip books. My bad. Oh, it's still in here. Flip books, melee enemy anims, attack. All right, so here's how we're gonna do this, and this is something that I'm doing on a much grander scale on my combat design project. Is I've broken down not only the pieces of my combo attack, but I've broken it up into combat stages within each attack. So my attacks, each and every one, is measured by frame and then goes from a warm-up state, a damage window state, a chain window state, unless you're at the end of the combo chain. And then it goes, if you miss the chain window, it goes to a conclusion state before it officially ends the attack. So, I can fit code into every single stage of my attacks that way, and have real micromanagement potential with it. Sorry I'm so fidgety. I'm like pacing and shifting and stuff. I can't help myself. So we're gonna go ahead and pause this, because we need to see if it's winding up like that. We don't want our player to be getting, hurt, schmacked by this. So we need to make sure that it's called on number 13 right here. And 13 is actually on index 14, right? No. It's correct. Index 13. Yeah, that's the one. That's the thrust forward. All right, so on index 13, what we're going to want to do is, once we switch it to attack, that's automatically going to be updated because of our event graph over here with our animation logic. When we hit current state, it's going to enter attack, and it's going to swap the flip book appropriately to our attack animation, and then it's going to do a delay equal to the length of that attack animation before it releases it and lets it switch to a different animation. So it will do its attack animation, and then we want it to delay. Hang on, do you think that games need to be downsized because they're not making as much money as they're putting into the games? Because games like Concord is not making its $400 million back. Star Wars Outlaws, million. No, I think what the problem is that most of that giant jumbo cost and inflated cost, like the people that are setting these costs and these pricings for these services aren't being like checked. The people that actually set these from the top down, they're not being checked. They're setting them, they're jacking them up. And technically, with all of the advances in technology that we're having that is supposedly threatening jobs so much, they shouldn't need to have that much of a budget when, who are they paying? They're paying less people, but they're paying them more for stuff that's being automated more or being made for cheaper resources on their end and still equating to the same cost to us. You see what I'm saying? Games shouldn't still be costing, in my opinion, the AAA costs of $69, $70 when there is no longer the distribution cost of printing these things to a physical media. Sure, it's going to take up server space, but that is so much less of a cost than the, cost of all the physical stuff that we had before, or that we still kind of have for consoles that they've been trying to phase out. As much as I love the physical media, so that way we actually have a way to retain this shit, in my opinion, they need to have like some sort of community server or an archive server that lets, let me let the camera catch up, that lets people put games that are going to be discontinued, service discontinued, whatever, let them upload it to there, so that way there is like some form of a single player or offline experience that people can retain the things that they put their time into, the things that they loved and cared about for that product. By stripping them out and by trumping up these costs of development without actually giving the appropriate people jobs, cutting things out, and then doing all this crunch time shit, cutting out all the good content that you're promising players to go ahead and trump in more monetization, chopping it up even more to monetize more aspects of something that's already monetized. Like, there's so much, and it's all stemming from top-down financials. That's my opinion. I don't think the games need to be downsized. I think budgeting and finance needs to be looked at all over. Because it's not just a problem in the gaming industry. It's a problem in the housing market. It's a problem in the food industry. It's a problem in everything right now. The only thing that hasn't changed in goddamn price is my weed. World's not right. Corporations are being given more legal rights than the citizens of the country. And those corporations have a greater right to those citizens' information than the citizen has to their privacy. That is the reality of current America. Corporate America. Anyway, let me cease my little political rant. Though it does affect everything around it. I need to clean my glasses a little bit. Sorry. So we set our current attack state. And then we're going to basically do this up here. We're going to copy that, scoot it over. And the math for this, to get something's frames for a 2D character, if you ever want to try and micromanage your animations and stuff like that in a 2D project in Unreal like this, you can either measure out when it hits a certain frame by using a node called get flipbook playback position in frames. You can use that if you wind up doing things not inside of functions the way I'm doing. If you're just doing it in the event graph, you can use timing functions like that, because you could slap it on tick and just say, hey, whenever we hit this playback position, if we're in this animation, do this thing. You could do that. The way I am doing it with delays and stuff, oh my god, I just realized this is inside of a function and I can't do it inside of a function with delays. I could do a lifespan here, but a lifespan won't work in here. Fun fact, you cannot use delays. Yeah, that's a submix delay effect. You can't use the regular delay effects inside of a function of a blueprint in Unreal. I even have the context turned off right now. So it should be showing me the whole delay node that would automatically show up. And if I hit context sensitive, it's still going only to the audio effects and other stuff. Enum, flow control. Normally the first thing you'd see is a delay node. Not going to find it in these. So I'm going to have to snag this up. We'll get rid of that. And we're going to go out to the event graph. And we're going to create a custom event, call it attack. We're going to paste what we had here. Plug that in there. And since we're here, I may as well go ahead and pop this out the right way. And let me take a look at that animation again. How long does it go? And then in the last little bit of it is when it's over. So technically, now that we're out of the function, I can go ahead and change up how we're going to do this detection. So we can say that... Actually, we don't even need to divide. We want it to end at the end of this flipbook's length directly. No math needed. So that hitbox will be available until the very last frame of the attack. We need to tell it when to become available. So we need to wait a certain amount, or wait until a certain frame is hit. Now the thing is that when we enter into attack, it's not going to, you know, run this per tick. And that's why we use the delay method that I've been doing. So if we set to attack, we'll go ahead and, now that we're out here, oh, look at that flow control delay. Oh, you shouldn't have. It's so nice to have it here. It'd be so nice if they'd still allow it in the function. So I'm just tossing that out there for the unreal gods that they be listening one day. So we have our delay here, but we don't want it to be 0.2 seconds. We don't want it to be some arbitrary amount that we just come up with off the top of our head because it sounds good. This is where I decided I'm not going to stretch this over there. I'm just going to do a little copy. Come over here, and what we want to do is we want to measure out... Flipbook length is one way, but we want get flipbook frame rate. And which frame did that want? Oh, it was frame 13. Correct. So at the start of frame 13, essentially, we're going to hit multiply. The frame rate is going to be... Oh, not multiply, sorry. Not yet. This is a division command that we need first. We need to divide 1 by the frame rate, so that way we know what the actual amount of time as a float number passes between one frame and another frame. Because we can say this is this many frames per second, but we know for a fact that it's not taking one whole second to play through the animation, because you could wait a second. You could ramp up the frames per second, and it'll play that animation a bunch of times over in 1 second. Doesn't make sense, right? So this is how you get that amount of time between each frame of the animation. And then when you want to wait a certain amount of frames after you've started that flipbook animation, you just count the amount of frames that you want to wait, and then multiply it by this value that you've just gotten. So we plug this in here, and we know that the value that we want to multiply, or rather the value of the attack frame, start of it, is at frame 13. In my combat design project, I've got all the values here, like the value of the start attack window, or the enter damage window, exit damage window, all those timings. I have them as local variables to go ahead and manage all of that. And it's great. I just got it working yesterday, so it's still fresh in my head, and a lovely time to remember that I got that working on my own. But when it comes to movement, damn, I get messed up. Crazy. So now what this does is it sets the attack animation, and then it's going to delay an amount equal to the time between one frame and the next, multiplied by 13 frames, and then it's going to spawn our damage field, which is what's going to cause damage to the player should they be already turning and facing them, because they should be, right? I should run... Well, facing direction runs per tick anyway, so I should immediately turn towards the player when the player's in range. I'll probably delay a second. Not a second, not like a whole second. We're going to get out of that attack player thing because we're not doing a function. I'm being foolish. Let me delete that. It's in use? Where was it in use? Where did I call it? Darn. No. Oh, did I put it in my movement check? Control. No, where the hell is it being used? Find references. There. Jeez. Dumb. Damn, I got a bunch of chats that are popping off. That's great. I'll have to check those all later. So... now I delete the function without an error popping up. And we wind up with... hopefully this should be relatively enough. We don't want to set idle immediately. I just realized. And waiting the flipbook length now that we've done this is also not the right amount. We're gonna grab this. Delete that. My brain's piecing it together again. Since we're waiting 13 frames before triggering the spawn actor thing, if we did it by the flipbook length, it would have waited the amount of time remaining, obviously, but it also would have waited those extra 13 frames worth of time. So that would kind of negate the whole reasoning of why we're doing this to control how long that damage area is available. So we're going to take this and... how long was that attack animation again? It's 20 frames. Okay, so it's a total of 20 frames. It starts at frame 13, so we're going to wait 7 frames. Worth of time. And it should go ahead and set our state back to idle. And the idle should kind of check and wait. Where's my event graph? There it is. I just zoomed in really far. Alright, so in theory, things should work. Hopefully. I'm gonna go ahead and keep that there because I want to check and make sure that our player is constantly dealing the correct amount of damage. I've had some weird variations that have happened. So, just gonna be a little bit more meticulous about that. No initial start delay. That's for setting the timer to report stuff, which I'm not setting up on our tick here. This is all in the wrong order. That. Run that. That. Alright, so that takes us there. Facing direction is inside the function. And we got it working, so we face the player when we're in combat. We have set it to not be in combat, and we've watched the we've watched the enemy go ahead and turn back towards its intended directional rotation. If false, stop movement immediately. Hang on a tick. Ha! Get it? Waiting a tick? Funny. No, it's not. Stop movement immediately. I'm wondering. Nope, not that. That's stop. What's this? Stop active. Stop supplying further movement. Usually zeros acceleration. Okay. Zeroing acceleration is good. Keeps following current path. Stops moving immediately, but keeps following the current path. That's for... Oh, okay. One is nav movement, and the other one is regular movement. Got it. But since I'm controlling things this way, like a kinematic way, we don't need that. What we need is the stop movement immediately. For down there, there's nothing to start it up again beyond just our patrolling being true. So, we'll keep that. We'll scoot these. Not that far. Right, so whenever we're in combat, we stop patrolling. When we're not patrolling, we stop movement. When we are not in combat, we start patrolling, if we haven't already told it to get back to patrolling. And blah, blah, blah. Facing direction, also based on combat. If we're in combat, face player. If not, go face the way you're supposed to be patrolling. Which, you know, is just, it's facing the direction of velocity, but the patrol logic goes ahead and sets patrolling right, patrolling left, which tells it which direction to move, which would set the facing direction appropriately. Excellent. All of that should and is working right. When he gets hit, he does the right thing. So hopefully... Oh wait, that wasn't the hit. This is the hit. He gets hit, and then we set it to idle. We have a thing here that also tells it to set itself back to idle after the attack state. Okay. Alright. Let's test it. I know I look terrified, fingers crossed. Little bit of the spook. Oh, Williams, hello. You need to be ticketed by the pun police for that one. Come on, man. Come on. If I deserve to be ticketed for that one, you really should be considered a war criminal. This is starting to get warm. I'm gonna put this in the fridge for a little bit. I'm gonna space out the how long it takes me to drink that energy drink, because I don't want to I don't like warm energy drinks. Oh, I just noticed, Adman, thank you so much for tossing that into the Discord. That's crazy. I still haven't remembered to link up the announcements properly. So thank you for being the guy to do that for me. I appreciate that. Okay. Should be able to... Oh! He did the thing! He doesn't do it again. It's okay. I know what to do. I know what to do now, but he turns and he does the thing. God, that's so exciting. Okay. All right. So until I move out of range, he's still going to be like technically in combat. So we want to say that at the end of this, we'll do a little branch. I'm sorry, I get really excited when shit works. Pop that off. If false, we'll do this and actually technically the false shouldn't even really need to worry. But we'll do it anyway. Just for the hell of it. The condition that we're going to be checking is going to be a little bit of a collision check, actually. Overlap. Sphere overlap component. No. Overlap actors. Object types. On. Oh. We're gonna scroll down till we see the enum classes. Let's see, admin. YouTube only notifies me about your streams once in a while, so I assume that did not work for others as well. So I really appreciate that. Yeah, it's the algorithm. Algorithms control everything right now, and it's kind of disgusting. And those algorithms are written by, you know, people that just want to push things that'll make money. Leading back to C prior rant. So we're looking for the pawn enum type. I think we need to E object type. Yeah, all right. Object type. There you go. So we go ahead and set that to pawn. Plug that in. It'll automatically give us the make array node because it's supposed to be an array. And this is basically going to check. We're going to go ahead and hit self frac. We're going to grab another make array node and we're going to copy this reference of self from there, do that. We're going to make an array of just this enemy. Or, ooh, wait a minute. Actually, no, not just this enemy. That's my bad. We don't want it to attack any of its other homies. All actors, get class. No, not from there. I need to find the specific thing that lets me look for, like, one type of class. That's for finding tools in the tool menu. Holy crap. Aha, get class. Returns the class of a passed-in object. Perfect. Oh, the actor class filter could also help. I'm not going to put one in there. I'm just going to let it find pawns, but I do need to let it... I'll type in melee. We're trying to get melee enemy blueprint class, and then we're going to make array out of that. And... Oh! Perra. Get all actors of class. Damn, you're really gonna make me do that per attack? Fuck you. It's crazy. fine. There's not going to be too many, so the search shouldn't be wild. It's strictly just so that way it ignores other enemies entirely. Okay, and now that we've done that... Oh! That was just the specifics of that stuff, so now we need to go ahead and tell it what sphere to check. So we're going to pull a copy of our attack range, because this has the information we need. We're going to get the location, the world location of our attack range sphere. We're going to also get the radius. Get sphere radius right there. Pop that on there. Now the only empty thing, which might make me twitch and make me want to actually pop something in there. But it's okay. It's okay, we're not going to. It's fine. We can ignore it. We're better than that. Standards. No, we got it. It's fine. Leave it alone. I need to move on. Okay, so basically we want this to, if there was an overlap that passes our filters, bam. If it's true, we want to call attack again. And if not, then we want to... Oh, wait a minute. I'm gonna need to set the thing in attack to... on the start of it, play from beginning. Which one is this? Let's see. Attack. Where are you? Attack is here. You set the flip book, and I'm going to say... play from start. Hang on. Before I actually call that entirely, we're going to put one branch in here. Because I just realized if it does go to that, it might somehow not pay attention to the delay. I want to make sure that it does by checking the playback position of our flipbook. Get playback position in frames. And we want to check if this is... flipbook length in frames. Actually, hang on. We don't need the length in frames. We just need to know if it's not 0. If our playback position, when we set this flipbook, is not 0, then we need to play from start. If not, then we can circumvent that and just go straight into the delay. Oh. Yes, of course, I will give you your little... There. You happy? Yeah, there you go. Alright, bud. Oh my god! He's triggering his attack constantly. And when I leave, he does the thing. Oh, wow. Yeah, those are waiting. Interesting. Alright, we'll need to set some breakpoints and find out what's hitting when. Where do I want to set these breakpoints? I could just set it to when this is called. Uh, toggle breakpoint there. And then I want to know when it's doing the sphere overlap. It also probably... No, wait a minute. Ah, haha, haha, I did a thing. I forgot about the lifespan of this. We set the delay instead of the lifespan. Actually, the lifespan should technically also be the thing. Honestly, at that point, we could just destroy actor. And then it's checking. Okay. Let's do this again real quick, see what's going on. All right, play. Oh, you're calling again and again and again. I saw that hit twice. So what's causing that ping to go through? Overlap with player. If the actor has tagged player, we're going to set those, and it should only fire once. The overlap only triggers technically once. Unless we want to go ahead and have this do a little bit of a delay as well. Delays are kind of crucial to making sure that things can execute without accidentally tripping over one another if multiple things are going, especially if you've got several things running on tick. So first we want to see what's causing the animation to now suddenly spaz out, which shouldn't technically be anything wild over here, because those are all being run through a delay right here. So it should go through this, check if, son of a bitch. Some name right. I'm gonna do it the previous way that I was starting to set it up with. I think something is messed up here, now that I think about it. So we're gonna go ahead and get the flipbook lengthened frames. We're gonna check if these are equal. And if they are, we play from start. False should have, like, not even been an issue. Worst comes to worst, I might need to set it to idle for a split second and then have it chain the attack. Which technically it kind of should. No, that's after getting hit. I can skip some of this extra work that I'm putting in on myself, I think. We're going to set idle over here before it does the overlap. Delay by just this right here. A single frame of delay. Before going back into that branch. And going up there if the overlap returns pawns that aren't the enemy. Fine, I'll put the player in here. I'm not sure if it'll pick up on this, but we'll see. Oh, right, I need to... Toronto's player. There you go. Let me turn off this breakpoint for right now. I want to see when it hits this, because it should not get to there until the end of the attack animation. Okay. You called yourself again. And it's definitely not time for you to be there. So something's not calculating right. I may have screwed up my times. Let's see what our values turn out to. So the frames for... What's my current sprite book then? Sprite color, overlay material, no need to worry about that. We want to keep on heading down here. Body instance. No, that's not what we're looking for. There's the location information. What we want to find is the actual sprite book being used. And I'm not seeing it. It's a lot of bools and stuff. That's nice. Light channels, translucency. If I go out here, I'm not going to be able to step out of the thing. Alright, so here's what I'm going to do. Toggle breakpoint off. Toggle. I'm going to keep that. Where did I have the, Yeah, I put this check up here. Maybe I should put it down there. Don't need that. We can just do that. And that. Flow control is so important, but it can be really annoying, especially if you're just using the simplest way to do it, which would just be branch after branch after branch, the way I'm doing it right now. Smarter ways to do it would be to use, if you're checking multiple variables the way I'm doing, enums is a way to do it. That's why I separated our states into that. But I didn't want to have to set enums for, like, literally everything in this, because I'm already doing that for my other class. I needed this to be easier, and it's starting to get annoying. So we're checking here if the playback position in frames is equal to the flipbook length, and if it is, then we'll go to attack, and if not, then it just fizzles, right? I don't want it to continue attacking until it's, you know, done its thing. So what I can do here is I can kind of loop it back, actually. I have an idea. Another idea. But It's an idea. Shoot, not too much. It looks like a lot, but I'm just trying to do a do once here. And that reset will, The do once should only happen after these go through. Or rather, it should only reset after it goes through. Damn it. Sequence. First thing, reset that. Second thing is to go there. But if you're false, you're going to loop back here. Are you going to work? Are you going to compile? You can compile. All right. Don't be lying to me now. I'm going to wait till he goes out in the open and get close. Okay, he hit the branch for the first time, and it's not freaking out anymore. That's the first time he hit the branch. Uh-huh. 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 Ah. Wait, because he went back to the pause animation. That's right. I put a contingency on top of a contingency. Let's check now. You do the thing. You hit the branch. You do the thing. You hit the branch. You do the thing. You hit the branch. Okay. Let me move away. You hit the branch. And then you went back to your patrol, but you are no longer going to your turnaround point anymore. That's not good. Okay. So he ignored going back to his turnaround point. And I know where to put in my contingencies for that as well. So this is good. He does his attacks. Next, I'll have to work on the interaction between the damage box and the player. But we have our interactions going. That feels good. Next, let me double check my fridge. Sorry about that. I heard like a random little crackling sound from the fridge. I wanted to make sure that I didn't like accidentally leave it open a crack and the temperature variance was getting to it. I'm hot as hell right now. Like, it is still hot in this apartment. And mind you, ladies and gentlemen, I don't get natural light in here, and that's by choice. I've got blackout curtains, and I've got blackout panels on the windows behind the blackout curtains. It is still hot as hell in here. The backs of those blackout panels, by the way, are not black, so it's not attracting the sunlight. It's actually like a reflective, almost chromish color, but also rough, so that way it doesn't reflect light, like, really, really bad. We don't want to cause accidents for anyone that looks up while they're driving. So, I haven't had any complaints with these, and I've had them up for almost my entire time here. And, They've been really good at helping keep this apartment cool, and it still feels like the 90-something degrees that it is out there. Oh, we did damage to this planet. Anyway, this works. I don't need this extra contingency anymore. These were part of the extra, right? Yeah, I can get rid of this. So that do once can stay. Patrol logic. So the reason that it isn't patrolling the right way afterwards is that we are only asking if it's patrolling and then deciding its patrol direction and stuff after. So also we only checked if we are equal to that location. Now I'm thinking if our location's X value? Yeah, I think we need to make this just X values. So we're going to split the struct. We're going to split this one as well. And we're going to pull up the compare node. And we're going to compare our location via the same thing that we did for our flip over here. Basically just going to do this, but with that. Yeah, I was just subtracting ours from theirs. Okay, yeah, that works. So, do that, and if we are, that's the greater than or equal to, okay. Greater than or equal to that, we want our patrolling to be right. If our input value is less than, oh no, I plugged in the wrong thing. Cool. Compare with 0. I forgot to do the subtraction. My bad. Sub these X values. Feed the difference of the two into the input. And then feed this into here. We'll be clipping out all of these. Oh, not clipping out all of them, actually. We keep that. This one plugs into here. We can get rid of this, put this here. If our value, distance value from our actor to our patrol end location, if our X value is greater than 0, that means that we've like blown past it, or not, rather greater. If it's less than, we are going to still be patrolling right. If it's less than, we should be patrolling left, right? Right, left? Left, right, left? Sorry, give me a moment to properly think about it. If we subtract our location from that location, a positive number should result in continuing to move right. So if it's greater than or equal to 0, we're still moving right. If not, oops. And then in which case we can just kind of less or equal. No! I did the wrong thing. We're going back to the branch. I thought the compare would work to circumvent it, but I realized that we need to separate the start location and the end location's calculations. So, derp. Why did this disappear? Oh, because I did the stupid thing. Right. So if the result of the difference of those two is less than or equal to 0, we're not patrolling right anymore. We have to patrol left. We're going to do the same thing down here, but we're going to change what it currently has here. And we're going to get that start value. Start location value right here. Get start location, split that struct. We're going to slide this up here. And start location X plugs in right there. It's fine. And that leads us to go back to patrolling right if the distance between those two is less than or equal to 0. Right, from our location to the start location, if we're going left, and that's considered the forward X value. We'll see. Nope. Freaking out. Aw, freak out! I'm going to put a breakpoint there because I know it's going to hit it immediately. Yep. So what did our math turn up? Negative 1,000. So I think I did it in the wrong order, right? Yeah, I had to have I flipped it wrong. Here's the first one. Matter of fact, let's move this down here a little bit. It can be like the dividing line. Let me know if I'm too far from my microphone. Sometimes I get a little too absorbed in the large monitor directly in front of my face all the time. Okay. It's doing a double flipperoonie. It's flipping it too fast. So this was fine the way it was before. The bottom one was correct. The top one was not. They needed to be inverses of one another in their math, apparently. Supposedly, allegedly. Stop making a fool of me. I already said that I was bad at maths. Rather that I just didn't care enough at the time when it's supposed to matter. we know that he continued his journey after. And now he flips around. Cool. And since I was right on the tip of that, I hit him. He went into combat. He did the check, but since the player wasn't there anymore, he just decided to continue. You can technically sneak attack these enemies. That's crazy if you keep your distance perfectly. But eventually they'll start walking into you. So, yeah. All right, cool. That works. Now we need to figure out why our player isn't reacting to getting hit. Did we not set that up? Good question. Let's go to Blueprints, Characters, and open up our player blueprint. Alright, so it sets my combat state to hurt. Still haven't made a health bar. Not really too concerned about that just yet. That's why that's there. Okay. So I take damage, I enter the hurt state, and where are... This one should probably tell it. Got it. I have nothing that really tells it to do the thing. Unless... I see. Okay, so not attacking, and we should also do the getting hit as a secondary check. So we're going to... Oh, do I not have some... Oh, wait, I just do have the thing that sets my player state. So we can check current combat state. Nope, that's for me dealing... Oh, no, wait, no, hurt is on there. And I don't want the set. Get current combat state. If you're not attacking, and if we're not equal... to hurt... Make that and bool. Toss that there. Toss that here. Toss that out the window. And there you go. Wiry spaghetti. Let me plug that back in before nothing works. And compile. And this should go ahead and make sure that we continue these animations when we're not hurt and when we're not attacking. Currently, I know that it won't do any of the other stuff if we're not attacking. That works perfectly. So now we need to set event take damage. We'll set hurt. I think I might have to set the logic for hurt attached onto this tick as well. So here I'm going to say if current combat state is enum equal to hurt, then we're going to make sure that we at least what's the animation length for it? we're gonna get some of our other animation length stuff. Oh, that was when I was doing this weird way. I basically almost did do the exact thing that I was trying to do in my other class. That's wild. I thought I was gonna put a parry in this. I'm crazy. I'm gonna need to add the getting hit to here as well for all of these. Drop that extra pin, and extra pin. And we technically just need to drag off of each of these current move states with another equal enum and make sure that we select... Oh, that's a move state. We want actually to tack on the combat states. Get current combat state. And equal. These are enums that I made. You're not going to find these unless you just go ahead and make an enum yourself, which we've done quite a bit of here as of late. We want this to check if we're hurt. Plug that in. Oops. I didn't mean to cut that. I meant to copy it. So that way we can... Okay. PC, pay attention. Thank you. Now we can plug that in there. Paste it over here as well. Pasty. Save that. So now we personally are not going to be able to attack while we are in the hurt state or actively getting hurt. And when we enter the hurt state, we're going to stop movement immediately. And I wonder. I need to know when to go ahead and set it back. So we're gonna grab our sprite. Get flipbook length. Or actually, since this is on tick, we can say playback position if the current playback position is at least half of the length, I'm going to say. So flipbook length, we'll multiply that by 0.5 to get half of our flipbook length. And then we'll say equal, nearly equal float. Say that's within a certain good error tolerance there. Scoot this over. And this is basically saying while we are hurt, we are going to check what this playback position is. And then we're going to set current combat state to not attacking. And also, current combat state set to hurt. That already stops us from moving. When we're not in that combat state anymore, we should be fine. So setting the combat state away from hurt is what we needed. We're going to set this as an AND bool. So that way it needs to check to see if we're hurt and the playback position of the flip book isn't at least halfway done after we have entered the hurt state and it switches the flip book. Which I think I still need to make it do up here. Yeah, I haven't set up anything that would manually swap to this because I wanted it to be more reactive than a function, right? So I wanted to be able to have it check on tick or whenever this would go ahead and set itself. So we need to set flip book. We'll set this to player hurt or hit player. Yay. I'm gonna have the sword out. I'm gonna use the hit player. Sword animation on there. If we aren't, if we're not still hurt, and we're not still waiting for that animation to play back. No, I'm gonna ignore that. That'll overcomplicate. I need to test things in between. Rein myself in. Come on now. So we do this, we set that, and we want to delay, do our math. Would you say that downloading a file with maybe a virus in it, but it doesn't affect the Mac computer, but putting the file into a website that reconfigures the video and audio, exporting it, downloading it, but still... The wording needs some reworking, but I think I understand the gist. You're wanting to know if something has a virus on it and it goes through various uploads and download processes online, is it still going to retain that virus if it was attached to something that changed the format of the original virus attached object? And I think it can. I'm pretty sure if they code it right, they can just kind of put inside of the in the code of the virus to check the file type that it's attached to, and then make sure that it recognizes it from a certain list of file types rather than just being the same file type that it started out as. It's totally possible. Could be a part of the encoding, or they could slip it into the what's known as the embedded metadata. So they could try and slip it into something that would be recognized as metadata that would, you know, kind of be retained across several different types of conversion. I'd say so. Scan everything. Okay. So we have the length of a frame for this flip book. And we're going to how many frames is this? As soon as we hit hurt, we stop moving. Then we enter that flip book. I think I just need to do the length. Actually, forget the frame rate. Get flipbook length, and we're going to set that as the delay duration before we go ahead and branch. Do we have an in combat? Yeah, we do. Where's our player's detection field? Oh, we can just, I guess, use the same radius information as the circle for the attack range here. What's your radius? 190. So we're going to go ahead and draw a radius of 190 from a player position. Sphere overlap actors. The object types is going to be, let's go ahead and do object type again, and then scroll down here for the literal enum for the object type query. Set that to pawn type because the enemies are also a pawn type. We're going to make that into an array. We're going to also do the whole, actually we only need self on this because of the fact that we are the player and this is a single player thing. You're never going to have another player to try and consider. So we make an array out of our single one player and plug that into actors to ignore. And we set the filter to melee enemy. And we check, I'm going to dump that there. We're going to set the sphere position to actor location. With a sphere radius of 190. And we got that off of our enemy sprite, which is going to have the exact same attack range radius deal going for it. So we check this, and depending on the results of that, I'm going to put this up here because we want to do this still whenever we take damage, but we haven't made that. And technically it's not a requirement, but I would like to be able to see health values. If I wind up getting too close to the wire, we're not going to. Which currently I've got 4.5 hours. So if we wind up detecting anything with actors here, then we're going to set in combat. We're going to... What's current movement? We're going to set that to idle with weapon. If false... Oh, sorry. If false, we set that to false. And we set idle, sorry, set current move state to regular idle. Oh, also, because we just went over this at the start of the stream, we have to remember that we need to stop the playback of the flipbook when we do that swap over. Oh wait, not stop the playback. We need to... Wrong set loop command. Come on now. Set looping. Set that to not looping. And then once we get here, we'll go ahead and set looping on the sprite again on either of these, because it doesn't matter which result it reaches, it's going to wind up needing to loop that idle animation. Yeah, that should be fine. Now I need to see possibly why I was not receiving damage, unless I was. Do I have anything that would well, the animation should change if I'm receiving damage. So we'll see if this is actually working. Oh, hang on. Me attacking is doing the animation for getting hurt. That's weird. Am I getting hurt by my own stuff? Then take damage. That'd be wild. Yep. I'm getting hit by my own shit. Toggle breakpoint. And we need to go into our blueprint object for this damage field. I was on the wrong thing. So get instigator. If the instigator is player controlled, then it needs to... Wait, so how the hell has the enemy been receiving damage from me? Oh, okay. It's getting the damageable. It's casting to the player to go ahead and deal the damage to that, but I haven't swapped the logic to see if it's doing the thing there. And that's going to the thing of that. Damn. Melee enemy. Do I set an instigator for my melee enemy? Okay. We're gonna go check out our attack. Yeah, the instigator is set to the pawn object reference of our self here. So, okay, hang on. Essentially, where the hell is... Why is that, like, being goofy? Don't be goof troop. Okay. So if it's using the iDamageable interface, it goes to check if the instigator is the player. We initially had it on true, so since it was the player, that was overlapping. It was applying the strength and it was applying this damage, but it wasn't checking. It wasn't saying not to damage the actor. So if the target is, if the instigator is the player, then it needs to take damage and the target needs to be something else that isn't the player. target would have to be... Damn it. We're going to rewrite this a little bit. We're going to keep this part here because I need it, but let's see here. So, oh, we're obviously going to keep other actors still plugged into you. That's fine. But we also need to see... Let's see. Get player controller from input device. Nope. That's for online. Let's see which damage command works to, well, or rather, which overlap one worked for trying to detect the attack. Checking attack. Overlap. Yeah, I was just looking for the tag for player. So I guess I can just continue that. We're gonna go with tags. Actor has tag. Enemy. Hang on. Find component by tag. The target is there. The component class. Oh, shit. That wasn't it, though. Alright, if actor has tag enemy, we go there. False. We go to another branch that does the same check, but checks if it's the player. Player. If it does, then take damage. Equal to 1. No? What? Oh, the take damage there. Yeah, that's wild and crazy. Fine. Come on, nose. Itchy. Alright, now I need to check and see if swinging will hurt me. It still hurts me. Oh, because it's still technically correct. I need to check if actor has tag and then instigator. Or is player controller and so we check to see if we are are the actor, we need to check if we are the instigator. But it might need to be on a separate check here. Actually, no, it shouldn't. Yeah, so check instigator controller, check if that instigator controller is our player controller. And if it is, we go up here. Because it shouldn't drop down here if it overlapped anything that wasn't an enemy. And if it wasn't the player... shit, I am going to have to do that specifically. I am going to have to break it down one by one. But I hate this. I just want to truncate things and make it easier instead of constantly branching it down. If it's the player... we need to check if we are the instigator or not. If we are the instigator, cool, we don't do anything. If we aren't, we take damage. Now I think I've written it out right. There we go. I'm not getting hurt by myself anymore. Ah, he actually got me. I need to turn off that breakpoint if I want to actually have a chance to get away from him. Nope, I can't. I think he killed me. Did he? I feel like I'm stuck now. He is aggressive. He's after me. Now he's kind of stopped. Alright. That's weird. Okay. Let's see. Couple of weird things happened there. So we hit the death state, and I think that kind of freaked everything out. Where is my death state? Player. That's melee enemy. Player. Animation swaps. Rolling. Dying's right there. Oh, wait, we also don't have the idle with weapons stuff on here. God damn it. Oh, that's annoying. Okay. Actually, we set it elsewhere. We set it in the other stuff. And made it wait, too, so it shouldn't be too much of an issue. Right? We made it wait? Yes. I am, however, going to cut this down a little bit to 0.75. We're going to do 75% of the flipbook length for the duration here instead. So that way it determines which of these idle states it needs to do first, and also gives me a second to try and move away before it triggers the next attack animation. This was working great. I can close out the damage field now. Comfortable that it works. Now here, take damage, fires off, it does the hurt check, and then it goes through here. Now if we wind up... Oh, I didn't even do a check for, like, if we were dead or not. That's wild. Okay, so... time to come up with death logic. We go to my interface and double-click retire from life, and yep, we never came up with death logic. Cool. And we're going to have this do flipbook stop. That also generates our sprite node immediately, so we can start pulling stuff off of there for timings. we're going to stop the current animation. We're going to set flipbook to death player. I just realized it may have said something. No, we're good. All right, so death player. We're also going to set looping instead of the stop. We want it to set looping to none. Set the flipbook to death player. Did I already put this logic into the arbiter? Death should have been one of the ones that we were definitely using. Okay, yeah. And we set the play rate to be something normal when it enters that state, but we need to do the whole shebang. So initially we need to set looping, no loop. Everything else here needs to be looping, so that's why we kind of didn't put it in for everything else. I'm honestly almost tempted to set looping right here real quick. It also shouldn't work for rolling, but we never actually put that one in. But just in case. Set looping. We'll copy that down for both. Actually, we only need to set it for one. I was wrong. It's the positioning that matters. Shebang. Shabong. And done. Cool. That now tells it not to loop. This was the... Nope, don't do that. This was the dying logic. We'll put that right there. And... right. That should play out. And at any point, if this equals playback... oh, God. Wait, was I already setting this up in my event graph? I think I may have been. Yeah, retire from life. That it's going to handle it from there. So that's going to happen. Current move state. Probably want to grab a combat state too. Set both of them. This one's going to be not attacking. Actually, it can stay from the hurt. But it is going to change to dying. Or at least it should, considering we told it on the get hurt shit to only swap over to one thing or another. Over here is where we're going to, like, after this delay, is where we're going to put the branch. So we can scoot this over real quick. Do a quick branch. And we want to check and make sure that our current health is not less than or equal to the value of 0. If it's not, then we go there. If it is, then we go up here to retire from life. That's the one. Got to make sure to pull up the right one. So retiring from life will set the dying state. And we're gonna check get flipbook. I want to check and make sure real quick if this is equal to the death animation. Just to make sure that it's executing what it needs to. So I'll wait like 1 frame of a flipbook animation. Frame rate, flipbook frame rate. Divide that value. Make sure it's on the bottom there. Make sure that 1 is our top value. That's frame. And while we are actively still going, this is just to make sure that we are in that animation after we call this event properly. Once we're in that animation, true, we want to input. I'm just going to hit disable. There we go, disable input. Target self, player controller, get, alright, control, get player controller, perfect. I don't think it should really matter too much. So, player controller, we disable our input, and we should probably find a, I'll make it a global variable on the level blueprint if the player's alive or not. Next branch is going to wait until the end of this flipbook animation by getting the flipbook length. And then getting the playback position. No need to do it by frame here. We can just do it by the regular timing float values since we're just going to be doing equals. Let me flip those the right way so it makes sense. If the playback position is equal to the flipbook length, thank you. Pop. Then we can, I don't know, we'll call comment here and we'll say lose game logic here. And if false, we'll just keep waiting. This is kind of technically just going to continue to be the state of things. Should probably find a way to institute that delay, actually. After we verified that, disable input, delay for the whole flipbook length, and then check to see if our playback position is at that flipbook length. If it is, that's where we do the lose game logic, or there is no or, it's just lose game logic because it's the death logic stuff. We're not going to do like a disable character. We're not going to do a destroy character because when you do that on the player character and the player character has the camera attached to them, you lose the camera entirely, which means you're not going to be able to see a menu that pops up to tell you that you lost the game. I'm proud of myself for that. I shouldn't be. Selectable. So, let's double check. Every time I get hit, I also kind of want to spit out my health as a print string. It's all jumbled. Once I get rid of that print string, it'll be good. But until then, convert that to a string. Excellent. I will have to really look for that. There we go. Now let's go in here. Oh yeah. It's weird after I get hit. So we need to figure out what is happening within my get hit command. I saw my health dropping at a pretty regular pace, but the reason I wanted to check the health every time we got hit is because I wanted to make sure that it wasn't just me as to why we were not able to actively move again. So I want to make sure that that's changed over. I think it's got something to do here. If attacking and current combat state, okay. Face direction, okay. Arbitrary movement, animation swapper. And then we print that stuff out. That's cool. So first off, we go over here. I think I also need to just kind of do a thing here and say... We're going to do a life check. Proof of life. Oh, I also forgot that we can set the is dead value over here. There's so much here. I'm going to disconnect it right here. And what is this value? That's supposed to be the current health. So I'm just going to pull up a reference to current health, plug it in right there, and I'm going to just kind of shift all of this stuff out and away. Clean up the clutter, so to speak. So that way I can see what's going on just in those first functions of our take damage. Let me not move it too far away. Just perch it right there. What is this? This is the death command, retire from life. We haven't even gotten to that point. When we get hurt, we stop the looping. We set the flip book to hit by sword. As in, we get hit and we take out our sword and yada yada. And then over here, we receive the damage. We wait a certain portion of that delay. I can get rid of this. We're gonna say current combat set to not attacking. Is that something that I forgot to do on this one up here? Yeah, that's what I forgot. I forgot to set it somewhere like after the initial delay, didn't I? Yeah. So I was setting a move state, but it was conflicting because I wasn't setting the combat state. It makes sense to me now. I know what I missed. So now all this stuff that we cut out, we can go ahead and try and slap it back on. Scoot out a little bit. Yeah. Make sure that's there. Make sure this is kind of up there. And plug that in right there. Oh, wait, not yet, not yet. Oh, Don, oh, Don. I forgot to give it room. Set current. We want to go down to the combat state, and we want to set that to not attacking. Alright, hit me. I can move again. But it's not setting me to in combat whenever I'm... Wait, why aren't I hitting him? Oh, wait, I am. But he's not... Why he no die? Alright, so now it seems like it's not affecting him the way I want it to. So we made it not hurt us when it's not coming from us, but when it's coming from me to the enemy, it's not doing its thing. If it's the enemy... I should probably do the check if the thing is the instigator or not as well, so that way it doesn't smack itself. That could also be causing issues. It has that tag. And we want to do one more branch check. And make sure that get instigator. Check tag. Crap. Alright, so we already have the actor has tag here. It checks if the actor has the tag, and now we have to choose how it reacts based on if it's the instigator or not. So, let's say if instigator of this actor is equal to the actor here. Technically, this is all it should need for this part down here as well. If the target of the instigator that generated this and the target that is overlapping with this are the same, then we scoot off. If not, we continue on. I want to check the melee enemy's take damage event. Make sure that they're not taking damage when I'm not hitting them. Okay. I'm confusing myself a little bit. Just because there's got to be so many circuitous little checks. You missed. Weird. I know I set the... Yeah, it's not taking damage. It's something messing up in here. I might need to just... Let me unplug these. Like I said, it's starting to get real confusing with all these actor and tag checks. Gonna get the instigator. We're gonna make sure that the instigator is not equal to the other actor. That we're overlapping. And we're gonna make this an and, actually. So it checks first if it's got the damageable interface, and then it also has to not be it whoever called this thing out. I'm already casting to the player, so... If the actor has tag enemy, then we're going to fire off to the player. And we're going to get player controller. Nope, wrong one. Get control. Is this in a function? No, it's not. Control. Get player controller. Get controller. Get AI controller. Oh, come on, don't do this. God damn it. What about player? Let me type player C. No. It would be a player conversion. Get local player, get player controllers, camera, get player character. Thank you, Jesus. Oh my god. Why is my brain starting to already go crazy? Oh, probably because I only got 4 hours left to finish out the rest of this as a playable level and get it out the door. So we get player character if the enemy has the player tag, and then we do all that to... Okay, yeah. That'll do. Take damage. If false, then just take damage, damage received 1. Try Try this again. I'm not hurting myself. Can I hurt you? Event take damage has been called. I see. He doesn't like to... if he's getting hit, I need to, like, stop his animation entirely. Melee enemy, event take damage, do once. I get excited and happy and extra energetic when things work, and then I get, like, quieter and, like, lower volume, lower energy whenever I'm trying to, like, problem solve. It's almost like my brain needs all the extra energy that I would usually expend being excited. We're gonna stop the sprite book. Go to get hit. And play probably from beginning. We already have a limit on how fast our player can attack, so we don't really need to worry about putting a limit on, like, an iframe limit on the enemies here. I just want them to react appropriately and to have their animations stop mid-attack whenever they're supposed to. And then, cool, he does that. Oh, a damage field stayed up. That damage field is staying active. Honestly, I should probably design the damage field with, like, a 1-second destruction automatically. Damage field, begin play. So something you can do for trying to make something like auto-destroy itself when you're working in Unreal. You can also do it in Unity. In Unity, you put destroy and then you open up brackets, and instead of just putting the object name in there, you also put a comma, and you can put a float value in there, and it will count down that float amount of time, or it will destroy that object at that time. The same thing can be done here. It's just called lifespan. So you set the lifespan of this actor. And we're going to set the lifespan of this to 1 whole second. So that even if the other animations are waiting, none of my damage windows are a whole second. None of them. I want to go ahead and put into the melee enemy that if it's getting hurt, let me type current state, get current state. If current state is not equal to get hit, essentially. Not equal to get hit or death. There we go. As long as it is neither of those, it can attack. Now let's see if that stops this whole little swap off that's been happening. Damn it. Yeah, you're gone. You're gone, buddy. Alright. If I make a health bar now, or in a few, then combat's done. I can drop enemies in all over the place, and they will constantly start by walking right and then walking left. Something that we can do to kind of cause a little variance on this is to set... We're gonna we'll create a float called startup delay. I think I can get rid of chase speed. That float is not used anywhere. Hello. Trying to get my Valorant account unlocked. Suspension. However, Riot support is making me do such odd things to get my game unlocked. I'm so confused as what they want me to do. You're not alone in that. I've heard that Valorant's anti-cheats and like account renewal and stuff after suspensions is nuts. But I also hear that they have like some of the least problems with bots out of games of that type because their shit is so meticulously annoying. Oh, I'm so proud of my friend Stacy. She's actually doing good things for herself. Silly goose that she is. Yeah, it didn't show her the, it didn't show her the notifications either. Cool, so that is just a thing that happens. It might be shadow blocking me too, because I've got a really bad habit of not censoring my language. And they're like, yeah, for at least the first 10-20 minutes, you kind of can't curse or talk about certain things, because then the algorithm, man, goddamn algorithm doesn't know what context is. And that's the problem with all the automated censorship that happens. So we created a... Am I using patrol speed anywhere? Yeah, I think I am, since I already have that set there. Oh, hello. Welcome. Thanks for taking the time. What do you mean what to know why my account got locked? My game crashed on me. I tried to load it back up. CPU was heating up. So after you load it back in, move for 1 second, your game... I'm assuming there was an accidental enter key hit in there. So... honestly, any number of things could have set it off. I don't know about anti-cheat systems. I'm sorry to tell you. I don't know how else to explain it because, especially for a system like theirs that isn't just the EAC, which is the easy anti-cheat that they use across most game systems, which is one of the most easily bypassed ones, or one of the first ones that hackers like to go ahead and hackers and modders like to bypass. So, kind of defeats its purpose, but is what it is. As for the Valorant one, it was so meticulous of an anti-cheat thing that I didn't want to play Valorant at all, just based off of how much shit I had to go through to log in. So it's quite possible that uncontrollable disconnects may have adverse effects, so to speak. I am using all of these, right? My game closed out, told me apparently that I intentionally ruined the match by crashing the game. So it's a possibility that the people in the game just reported you for unsportsmanlike behavior because they probably thought that you disconnected and then cost the team the match or something, because that does happen. But because of like games wanting to either enforce a certain type of gameplay or for whatever reasons, I don't know what else to tell you. That is something you do have to get with them about, and I can see the frustration with trying to get through to them and figure out why things are going on, because trying to reach customer service or any type of like account-based help from a person, a living person, it's very, very hard. I'm going to look for our begin play. I don't even think we have a begin play here. Yeah, we don't. So I think we can begin play right here. And we're going to do... We're going to have another bool, too. I forgot. And we're going to call that bool officially active. It's going to be a one-time use bool. I think that's what happened. However, I just gotten my game back from a year-time suspension. Now I might have to wait for another year again. If they make you wait another year because you got a disconnect, then I'd just recommend finding another game. Games of that style are a dime a dozen nowadays, and in your particular case, you already went through a year suspension, and if you weren't cheating when you got that year suspension, then it was pointless for them to suspend you for that long anyway. To just do it again, why would you waste your time with them? I wouldn't give them the time or energy anymore. I'm just going to call this start the count because I'm literally just going to use it as a delegate for a timer. Set timer by event. We're going to plug that in there. And we're going to combine these together instead of putting them between the damn tick like a fool. So begin play, we'll call this timer. And that timer is going to kind of gate off our tick with a branch that will check if we are officially active. If we are, we go through there. If we're not, we don't do anything. And what we do is we set this timer equal to startup delay, which we're going to set... Excuse me. I just dropped that there. Where the hell did it go? I hate it. I hate it here. Get startup delay. We're going to also do a set startup delay. And we're going to set this equal to... First off, we're going to plug this one in right here. Not looping. That's fine. Okay. So we need to set the startup delay, and we're going to make it a random range. Random float in range. And that startup is going to be anywhere from 1 second to 3 seconds as a float value. I think I can actually drop that get and just plug that in directly. And start the count once the timer is complete based off that startup delay. We can set this to... Honestly, Jesus, I don't even need that. I could delete that variable. I didn't need to make it at all. If I'm not setting it publicly outside, there's no real reason for me to have that particular variable. So let's go ahead and delete that. Declutter. Stop overcomplicating. Okay. Start the count is going to be... Or rather, start moving. And we're going to set officially active to true. So now he's going to wait an arbitrary amount of time before he starts moving. And the reason that we did that here is so... Yeah, there you go. Oh no, it didn't set him to running. Why aren't you running, good sir? Your thing was still set to idle. If you are patrolling, where's your that flip book? And I have event tick over here already. So I think I need to do a quick thing here where if we are actively moving, probably after this. No, I really want this inside of the patrol logic. I'm sorry, I'm so indecisive. I'm so incredibly indecisive. I think that's why I moved these over. While true patrolling, we're going to set current state equal to running. That should do it, honestly. We already know that the combat ones work, swapping it in and out of its state of, you know, attacking the player or not. And movement should be based off of, you know, just being able to move in general. If our velocity is going, then we should be going. Let's see it. There he goes. He's doing his walk animations now. Let's smack him. He's running back at me. Why aren't you still attacking me? I honestly don't know why I'm putting so much effort into perfecting, like, the interactions between these two, considering for Portal Pong, the guy played, like, maybe 2 or 3 minutes of it out of 6 levels of it, which even the first level will take you at least 5 minutes to get through. So I don't think he's really going to play this and stress test things to make sure that they are non-buggy. If they start attacking immediately and stuff, and he starts moving around and wiggling, trying to not get hit, I'm sure it'll be fine. Now let me try and do something here. I want to copy this cube. And possibly paste it over here. In the outliner? No, you're not going to let me do that? I can't do that? Impossible? Okay. So instead, we're going to do a cube. Or not. Go to basic shape. Do that. And I'm going to grab the texture, attach it to this. And we're going to put this over here. Oh, no, no, don't start building navigation. You shouldn't be... Oh, well, it will eventually, actually. Yep, there it is. Let's hit play, see what it looks like. Oh, quite dark. I might have to make little 2D torches or something. Even little 3D torches. Let's see what's available. 2D assets, environment, effects. I don't think I actually have a torch animation. So we're going to try and rig something here. We're going to go to objects. Just going to make a casual 3D object. Actor. Torch. Lighting. Oh, you can't have spaces. Torch, light. We're gonna open this up. And also, actually, we're gonna drag this out here so that way we at least can see it once we're actually making it. Go back to normal, please. Thank you. Shoot. There. Now that I can see that, we're going to add this, we're going to add a cube instead of a cylinder. I was going to do a cylinder to try and make a handle, but I decided against it. Dark light. Need to clean PC fan so badly. That could help me out a lot with my lagging, but I need help with that. What, with using a can of duster? It also depends on, I guess, your laptop. It could be hard to access some of the fans and stuff. Some of them might need you to take off the back plate, which I know can spook people. Okay. Actually, let's not put a rotation on that, because I might put some in the middle areas as well. Or I could double up. Cube is going to be grip. And then we're going to add a sphere. Flame sphere. Isn't it so cool? It's so fiery. Why is this at a different angle? Alright, let me see. Look at this. It gave me a weird rotation. Oh, because it attached it to the fucking grip. Of course it did. So now let's go ahead and reduce the size of this uniformly. Drop that down. Just until it's like on there. Nice. And I could add extra flare to try and make it look better, but I really cannot be bothered. And then we're going to go into materials. And we're going to create a basic... I already have a basic transparent right here. Wonderful. So I should be able to create a material instance and call this... let's see. mi underscore fire material or fire transparent. Let's double click this, open it up. I'm going to drag it over here. And let's take a look at the opacity. Can stay just fine. We can change the color. To be like that. And then maybe we can up the opacity if needed, but I think it'll be okay, especially if we also go back here and create a material instance of a basic regular material as well. So let's go ahead and create basic material instance of mi underscore Aranos blue flame. That should be explainable enough. Flame sphere. Duplicate that. Call it flame aura. And for the flame sphere, we're going to make that a little bit smaller. 0.5. Coronos Blue Flame is going to have its color swapped to that. And now we're going to start applying some of these things over here. Can the AI finally kill you, or did you deliberately stop it? I didn't wait for it to get through my health because I have 10 health and it deals 1 damage per swing. I'm not trying to wait for that. I do have death logic built in there, and in order for me to properly test that death logic, I'm going to want to just create a quick, like, ditch out to a lose screen or something. I'm not going to mess with making a UI thing that toggles based off of your win state and all that. I do not have time. I also have an assignment for my programming and games class that is going to be due tomorrow at 1:30. So since that's an in-person class and I access it online through Zoom, I need to make sure that I have that assignment done before 1:30, which means it's a little bit less time sensitive than this one because it's not due at midnight tonight, but it is still going to be due within the next 24 hours, less than 24 hours. Honestly, at this point, it is exactly 17 hours away when that one is due. So I still need to go through that whole module and do the assignments for that, which is going to happen after midnight. Tuesdays are my hardest days. And then Wednesday, after my programming class, I jump into my my Evolution of Horror class, watch the movies I need to, hopefully, and then do my quizzes, do my reflection reports, and all that stuff, and then maybe I can take a break for a second. I might be able to take a break on, sometime after that, but realistically, there's no time for a break because I need to get started on the next design tomorrow. So there's really no break. When I took a break, I fell behind. Badly. We are on the flame sphere, which needs Karanos blue flame, and then the flame aura, since it is see-through. And now we just change the opacity of that a little bit more. Make it like a 0.4. Hooray. And now we can... Actually, I can probably add another... grip hilt. And this is going to be a little bit smaller like that. Scoot it up and make it wide. Let's go overhead. The perspective warp is weird, I know, but it's just what it's going to be for right now. Now that we have these on there, we can go ahead and add a light, and we're going to add a point light. And there we go. We have a point light attached to this. It just doesn't know what range it needs to be at or anything like that. So first we want to set that to candelas, and then we'll set that attenuation radius. Where is the attenuation radius? Why can't I see it from there? Ah, because I didn't have it selected. There we go. I want to set this to... Actually, we can keep that at like 5. Set this to a slightly yellowish orange tint. And then we want to bring... Alright, I need to slow down my camera. I'm zipping around too much. There we go. We want to bring this light up. Honestly, I probably should have made this the blue material a little bit of a transparency as well. Let me go into this one again and see if I can't change the parent of it. Yeah, I can. Set that to the transparent. Cool. I honestly don't even mind that flickering the way it's happening. But it is a little distracting. Only minutely. Cool. Cool. And that point light should be fine on its own. So let's go back out here, see where it's at. Okay, now for the rest of this, pretty sure if I now take these and attach them there, and I take this grip and I rotate that about like that. Now let's duplicate this. Never mind, it doesn't want to duplicate everything that's on it. So we have to duplicate all of them. Holy crap. It's crazy. We'll attach the grip hilt to the grip. Point light 1 to grip hilt. Flame sphere to grip. Wrong one. I moved the flame aura. Flame sphere needs to go on grip 1. And flame aura 1 goes on to grip 1. Okay. So grip 1 can have this in the opposite direction. And also can move its ass. Respectfully. We compile these. And I can close out all those. And now, with this new blueprint of light, that is probably going to be larger than our player somehow. We put these there. And then we go back into the blueprint, or we can honestly just scale it like this since it's all on the same thing. And in our blueprint for it, because I am still going to need to modify it ever so slightly. Objects, torchlight. We're going to reset the size of this to the ones. And then on our torchlight blueprint over here, we're going to cut the size of all of these things. Or rather, of each of the grips. If we scale that uniformly, it'll have to be for both of them. 0.15625. We can basically call that 0.15. So we're going to go with 0. .075. Cool, actually, that did it. And now for the rotation. Got to do them one at a time here. 45-degree angle. Just like we were taught by good old Brooke. That's right, Brooke from One Piece. Greatest teacher. Especially if you want pantsu. Okay. There's a lot of uncommented shit here, but this is a week-long project. Okay, so that's on there, but it doesn't really show too much, which is fine. And now we can scoot, pull that over, do that. Probably actually put it over here. Drag another one up, put them here. That way it's kind of visible. Brings it in just a little bit. I'm definitely going to make the light on it a little bit more orange, because the lighting for it is still a little too this, or a little too iffy. I'm going to drag that off. I'm going to modify it off to the side. I want to be able to see what it's doing. I hit the wrong thing. We wanted temperature. That's cooler temperature. Ooh, warmer looking. Now this goes to that more orangey color. And, oh wait, I think I know what is also problematic. It's this texture that's actually on the grips and the hilt. The grip hilts should have something different. And so, with that in mind, it's time for something completely different. If I can find something. Okay, that didn't really do much of a difference. Don't want that either. You're really gonna make me go ahead and make a new... I hate this. Nope, hit the wrong button. Create material instance, matte, torch, material. Not dealing with the naming convention anymore. It's already now officially worn out my my joy. No specular, add roughness, and this is going to be what's a good color for a torch holster there. Dirty turd brown. No emissive boost, no diffusion boost, none of that. It's not two-sided. And we're not giving it any kind of specularity or smoothness. This should stop the light reflecting off of it, hopefully. At least a little bit. Now we can grab these two, also apply the torch material to that. Okay. Sure, it'll be fine. I am curious as to why it's so bright white on this particular wall. So we're going to kind of scoot it just a little bit. And then we can take these two torch lights 2 and 3, we can duplicate those and drag them over to the other ones. All right. We're going to continue dragging these off. This particular one is going to go down a little bit further. And then we're going to pull this out here. Yeah, we should expect a little overlap, so let's make sure that that happens. We basically want our backgrounds to connect. And then I think we should put a bunch of multi-layered background sprites in here. So what I think I'm going to do is find said 2D environment sprite. I had a bunch of other cool stuff that I could have tossed in, but it's just like time is never on my side. No, the environments should have just... Oh yeah, there we go. So I'm going to place, let's say, we're going to place a cube that we're going to attach our sandstone material to. And then we're also going to have a panel. Or rather, a plane. And that is also... Damn it, I didn't mean to grab onto that. Hang on, I'll be right back. I gotta go to the bathroom. I'm back. And after the midterm, things are going to go crazy. Best believe it will go insane after Module 7. Currently, we're on Module 4, which is going to swap over here soon. So, actually, this technically is Module 4. We're going to be entering Module 5. So a couple of weeks later, we'll be in Module 7, which is going to be the midterm. Module 8 is post-midterm and starting the stretch into the last bits of work, the last half of the semester. There's 15 modules total. So in a couple of weeks, is going to be where we stop the wind-up and where it's going to like actually hit a hard point where I'm going to have a real hard time. But as long as I recognize that, I can kind of mentally prepare myself for it. Okay. So here we have the panel that we just created. And we're going to rotate that. For this cube, we're going to stretch that a bit. I'm going to put this right around here. And this tiny little panel is going to be what we use for kind of like spot checking stuff. There's that. We don't want this to be a blocked off area. We do want it to facilitate a sensation of entering a large expanse of sand. So honestly, I'm probably gonna swap this out for a cube. Yeah, we're gonna drag a cube there. Fill that spot in a little bit better. Cube. Cubert. Rotate it about that much. Wrong. Don't do dumb things. Now get moving. Rotate again, just a tad. Oh, it's going to need more rotation than that. Never mind. That's that whole perspective problem. Always want to make sure that your issues with how things are looking aren't just based off of the angle that you're viewing something at when you're in perspective view. Okay. Why do we have this weird rotation here? Toggle that off. Fuck is this? Okay, no, that one was fine. It was this one, maybe? Yeah. There we go. Still set that to 0. And rotate that some more. Sweet. And then we're going to duplicate this. And we're going to take its rotations out. 0, 0, 0. And now we will work with this. Bring it out here. Just a bit. And now we're going to change it to the world rotation. We'll do this. And then we're going to duplicate that. Bring it back. Bring it up. Rotate it a little bit more. Extend it. Duplicate. Drag it back. Fan it out. Am I going to have to replace all 3 of you with cubes? Probably. Do 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 do. And a last duplication. Flatten that out. And drag it out. Should be roughly about the same. So if our player's right there, they would probably get to about there. Okay. You cannot mess up that nice little area that I took all the time to create right there. And we're not messing up our movement. We're not creating a spot where we can fall through. And we're going to go ahead and tag this as a ground as well, so that way we don't fuck that up. Technically, I don't think we're even going through ground checks here, so maybe, maybe not. Either way, it's there. And we can put in a trigger box. And that trigger box is going to activate when our player crosses this threshold. And once they've entered that threshold, they've made it. Now, our enemy that we know works, we can scoot him out here a bit. And what we can do is we can grab these, as well as the lights on here, here, and here. Let's get that one too. And we can... I'm going to pull it forward to drag it off of there first. So we have those as usable components. And we're going to go to a top-down perspective. Oh, is it not gonna... Okay, there we go. I'm at the right spot now. Next, I'm going to grab up all of these last-second cubes that we made. And planes. And let's see, cube there. Nope, wrong cube. That's the quote-unquote building that we're going to have. And we also want that trigger box. There it is. Alright, so we've grabbed everything at the very end. And we're just going to do a little zhuzhing over. It's fine. It'll be fine. We're going to grab all of those with the exception of the giant big-ass skybox. We have those base components, light components. We can also get rid of the recast nav mesh default. Wait. Whatever that recast nav mesh thing is. I hope I didn't accidentally copy over a second nav mesh volume. That would be nuts. I don't know what kind of computational craziness would happen from that. And then we can grab this, make sure that we don't have the skybox in there again, and just push that onto place. Now I'm going to check that recast navigation default thing. Okay, that just kind of exists there. What are you? Wait, you are basically the nav mesh bounds volume, aren't you? No, you're different. Never mind. I'm letting it confuse me. We're going to move our nav mesh, and I'm going to expand it to include all that space. Oh my god, that was so fucking perfect. I'm actually bothered by how good that was. Okay, everything else should be good. And that's the end right there. Let's go ahead and copy this text here and drag it over here. We're going to expand the reveal trigger, and we're going to change the text. Perhaps one day. Let me... Yeah. Let me go ahead and drop that down, so that way it's overlaid on that backdrop there. Should be fine. Based off the rest of that. Might need to move it up just a little bit. And our player's camera can probably... No, it should be fine there. I think it's fine there. Although the arm length... Maybe that's too far. Let's do 750. Unless that is actually going to make a problem. Oh. Yeah? It might be a problem. Yeah, 650 is too much. I can see too much of the area. Although I do like how everything looks here. I'll need to clean this up right here. So I need to push those together a bit. That was me adding together the extra stuff that is now over here. I know what's causing me to clip and to get hit by random things. Okay. I was wondering why it felt chunky. We're going to open up the blueprint for our torch. And we're going to set the collision for our torch to practically nothing. Also, let me check real fast. Gravity is not going to be a thing. COLL for collisions. Let's see here. You want me to set it per every object, don't you? Of course you do. We're going to go to each and every one of these. And then we're just going to... Yep, there it is. No collision. No collision with anything. And we want to make sure that we set gravity to false, even though it hasn't mattered. No applying any kind of damage. Cool. Done. Let's see if I can move through those columns now without feeling like I'm getting slowed down by everything. Alright, cool. That's good. Ah! Go down. Yeah, my health bar is definitely going to be a needed thing. That looks okay now. Somewhat. That doesn't feel right. Now if I duplicate this and pull it out there, do that, I might be able to kind of create an alleyway look. By pulling this out here a bit. Pulling that forward a bit as well. Damn, it almost feels like, oh, panel, duh, stupid. Let me change your thing to a panel. Or better yet, I'll put a panel on you in a moment. First, I need to make you black. That's right. Black Puranos material. And we just go ahead and grab this and slam that all the way down. Wonderful. Dark as the darkest night. Close out the torch stuff. And we're going to slap that material on there. Boom. Cool. Oh, but now it's so dark, you can't tell. Bear with me. Now, if we put another panel, or rather a plane, as it's described over here, just go ahead and copy that and drag it over. Let's go ahead and set this to some zeroed out values. Its location is fine. We're going to turn off the uniformity of its scale, set it to 1s, so that way we can kind of do this. Set that, set this. I don't have a building sprite, so I can't really put something up there. I wanted to try and do like the side of a building that has a doorway cut into it and then maybe a window, so that way it reads better, but it's not going to. So let me go ahead and grab this. And I can kind of copy that. Move the reveal trigger over here. And then the text can be up here. And we're going to move that text to the right. To the text top. Oh, never mind. Horizontal alignment to the left. There we go. And text bottom. Invert that previous statement. And we want to change this to the blocked alley. And there. Player moves back into that, they'll see that it's a blocked alleyway. And that's that. WASD to move. And we'll probably Grab this text again. We're going to move it over. We're going to have it trigger back here. We're going to expand the trigger just a little bit. And we're going to make the text say, I'll click attack. Put that information there, scoot it up, and have it be something that goes across the top bar, or the top of the screen, rather. Did I forget to change my values back? Okay, those are on there. I don't know why my brain is lagging on what. Oh, right, the camera. 750 was too far. Let's go with 600. $600 looks okay. Cool, if he glitches out and gets stuck, I don't care anymore. For my other projects that aren't week-long and that I, have more time to develop and perfect, yeah, I'll be meticulous about them. More meticulous than I'm already being. But this needs to hurry up. This was the other thing that we needed to fix, which includes sliding everything here over. Probably just those, honestly. That should have been enough. Yep, that covered it. Okay. If I go here and go to open level blueprint, I want to go ahead and say that overlap. On actor begin overlap. That's for BP Sky. We don't want that. Right, I need to click on this trigger box. And then, from there, right click here. No, not there. Maybe up here. Go down, find the... Where is your events? Collision preset trigger. Yeah, cool. I know this assignment does take a lot more time than other assignments that make me have to rush through assignments because this one takes up so much time. That's basically the mindset. Like, I know that I can do the things that I want to do with this the way I want to do it, but the fact that I have such limited time to do it means I have to take shortcuts and stuff to minimize, how much we're doing. But at the same time, this is for what this does is, like, it gets you into the mindset and the ability to work in the way they like to call it, is the professional environment, which in my opinion, you don't need to be sitting in a corporation having some CEO demanding when you complete something be a professional environment. In my opinion, the second I step out of my bedroom doors and I'm not on my way to the bathroom and I am in this little space that used to be a living room, that is where I have all of my work stuff, as soon as I step in here, this is my professional work environment. And I'll tell you what, I'm not about to be breathing down my own fucking neck to get things done within a week if I know that it's going to negatively impact my end product. So for me, this is kind of a worthless practice because I'm never going to apply this level of pressure to myself. And that is particularly because I don't want to sound pompous. It's because I have 100% disability because of my military service. So if I can't afford to live here and continue to afford being able to pay for all this stuff within this apartment, then guess what? I'm just going to afford to leave somewhere else where I pay maybe half of the rent that I pay here. And then I can go back to living very, very comfortably with or without the stipends that I get for, my benefits while I'm going to school. Once those end, it gets a lot harder for me to survive here, but not impossible. And that means that I can do all that without needing a paycheck from a corporation. Government pays me for breaking me. So I can do all this stuff on my time. But trying to be forced to do this on a week-to-week schedule is definitely going to tear my brain apart right now. I remember there was like a thing here for... No. God damn it. Either way, the reason I'm upset about this is because there's a thing in Unreal where you can just kind of click on an object and then there's a drop-down menu that can appear that will say like, hey, this is like, god damn it, I can't even explain what I'm trying to fucking say right now because I'm annoyed about it. I should be able to right-click this and it should give me a list of events that I can call off of it. That's what I'm trying to say. It should be telling me like, oh, hey, you want to get see, on take damage, on take point damage, all that stuff. Thing is, it's not finding the thing that I want. So I need to pull a reference of this. Where is this? Trigger box. Let me go here. Thank you. I forgot that I needed to do it this way of all things. Because now I should be able to pull some sort of overlap off of this, right? Yeah, no, it's just going to keep on asking for the same fucking overlap thing from in here. I honestly... What is wrong with me right now? I haven't had to use Unreal for level blueprinting stuff in forever, because ever since my first year after that, people were like, hey, this is a... You can put stuff in level blueprint, but then, what happens when you leave the level? And once I started doing multi-level things, I needed to stop putting things in there. Although I do still have some old code that should illuminate and remind me the way that I used to have to pull these things off. I know for a fact I had one that was showing an ass ton of triggers that I had set up before. And of course I don't have it there. You've got to be kidding me. What is the point of me separating out the things in my Discord if I'm just going to lose everything again? That was me troubleshooting and helping people with their projects, and nope, my stuff isn't there. Maybe I put it into someone else's Discord as a, hey, cool, I finished this thing. I probably did. Yeah, no, I think I'm getting close there. Those are starting to look like closer to the screenshots where I went absolutely nuts on this. I know y'all aren't seeing what I'm doing, but that's because I'm rolling through other people's Discords. And like 90% of the Discords I'm in have the, flagged as not safe for work for anyone that's trying to jump in and do anything. No one wants kids in their servers. For good reason. There we go. Finally getting to some of this code. That's not the overlap for the level blueprint, which I actually need. Level BP, come on. Hook me up with this. Holy hell, how have... I just literally scrolled through 2 years of stuff. That's insane. And it's still not finding the right thing. That annoys me. I don't like that. Y'all don't understand how mad it makes me that I can't just click this and then click the event thing over here off to the side on the right where I should be able to fucking click it. Nope, give me a sec. I can't. This is so dumb to me. Not Unreal 6, stupid fingers. Please. I am sorry. Excuse me? That's for sequencer. I'm not trying to do fucking sequencer. I'm sorry, I'm really dumbfounded by what I'm not finding. So we're gonna go ahead and pull this up here, just in case there's anything that I can learn here. Because I know I'm not crazy. I know that in Unreal 4, I would just drop in triggers and literally just like double click the trigger or right click the trigger, and it would give me the basic functionality to say event. It had a thing, and you go to the drop down menu and it gave you all the things that we were just looking at inside of here. Where if I'm selecting my character and I scroll all the way down this list, look what's down there. That's crazy, isn't it? But if I go here into the level blueprint, there ain't shit in here. And I can't. My brain hates this in its entirety. Because I click this and it's not pulling anything up on the right either. So it's not giving me any sort of the functionality that I'm expecting from it that it has given me in the past. Oh, class defaults? Nope, wait, it's not the class defaults for the thing I have selected. Wait a minute, what was that? Motherfucker! They moved. Oh, I'm so mad. I am so mad. They moved it over and compressed it onto this. I am so upset. I am so mad. Okay. And I'm gonna need to finish this up, at least for the live stream portion, within the next half hour, so that way I can eat like a gremlin while I'm actively working. I'm not doing the whole take a break for half hour, keep streaming. We're gonna finish this up within a half hour for the live portion, and then I'm going to finish stressing about this for the last 2 hours before submission on my own. And try and eat. I ate before, but not too much. It's really difficult for me to, you know, force myself to eat if I'm not hungry. Overlapped actor is... Damn it. If this overlapped actor is equal to the player character, then we're going to not load actor. Let's see, level. Open level by name. There we go. Player is dead. Actually, hang on. Rather than making that one public, I can make that private again. Whoop. Whoop. Let's go back to here. Can I make a custom event? Am I allowed? All right, cool. And this is going to be called Lost Forever. And this is going to check, or rather, it's not going to check. It's going to get called from the player during their death animation. And it's going to open level by name, lose screen. Cool. Do I have sounds? Did I already pick out sounds? I feel like I picked out sounds and I didn't load them in here. Oh, wait, the sound's right here. Cool. Going to play sound 2D. Let's go ahead and find our musical asset. I'm going to go with, let's pause our current music. Little too epic. I just had to set up the sound for you guys real quick. Sorry about that. Although I know it can be picked up through the microphone right now. Okay. I think I can choose this one. Land of Mystery. Is UI sound, that is correct. And we want Land of Mystery to be considered. Let's create a sound cue out of it, actually. Huh, I guess it won't let me do anything else with that. I should be able to tell you if you're loopable or not. Would you let me? Land of Mystery? Okay, yeah. The sound cue itself, not so much a usable or editable thing. But this one is. There's format, that's fine. Ambisonics, not needed. Sound, default, no. This is going to be for music. Looping, yes. Volume. We can set the volume to 0.75 just in case. I'm not about to set up a what you call it, a sound menu for this. That would take hours for me. I'm not very good at it. No need to worry about the attenuation stuff. Setting it to loopable kind of was all we really needed to do. So let's go ahead and set that. This is going to keep going. Volume multiplier should be fine. Concurrency settings doesn't need. Owning actor doesn't need. UI sound is fine. Let's close that up. And for our player, we want, let's see what we have here in audio. Oh, the audio cues are going to be the same things. Crap. For lack of any other words and terminologies here. I gotta wait for my computer to catch up. There you go. Songs and loopables downloaded. Where is my already set up? Oh, good God. Okay. That's not the right one. Let's go to our desktop, look for our paid sounds, and oh, look, there we are. Really? What happened to our fucking special effect sounds? We'll extract this into its own folder. Please don't take forever to extract yourself. You're gonna take forever to extract yourself, aren't you? Where are you extracting yourself to? Oh my God. You're just here. Cool. I'll deal with it. We'll copy that. We're gonna dump it into the rapid game development folder under module 4. Brother, really? You didn't need to zip up every folder inside of your zip folder. Oh my God. Oh. Okay. I'm good. I am fine. Palms are sweaty. I'm sitting down, knees weak. Arms aren't heavy yet, so we're good. I haven't checked the sweaters in the closet for vomit yet. But if the arms aren't heavy, no need to jump to that next step. This isn't the one shot and one opportunity. This is just another moment in life that's taking way too long. Hurry up! Hurry up! There it is. So now that we have done that, Foley impacts. Oh, thank God, you no longer have any other crazy shit. Elbow hits, cloth, beefy impacts, flesh hits, knee hits, materials. What is this? Hit, material, resonate. Oh, there we go. Oh, that's right, you guys are weird and will probably not be playing that the way I want you to. So we're just gonna drop this straight into audios. Yeah, buddy. That's for material. And let's look at flesh hits. Grab those 3, drop those in. And what else? Grabs, kicks, don't worry about those. Falls, don't worry about those. Beefy impacts, don't worry about those. I don't think I need any of the rest. I just wanted to be able to have music and be able to make sound of sword hitting something and fleshy hit. So now let's go ahead and see what these kind of sound like. That's metal. That's metal. Metal. All of those are like fucking shed metal, though. And those are all different types of fleshy hits. Crap. Screw it. We ride. We'll take C. See, this is that type of rapid decision making that I don't like having to do. I'd like to be able to take the time to go through, get the right sounds that will actually sound right and feel good. And it's just not. So we're going to delete flesh hit A. And this will be, where's my take hit? Take damage. Where are you? Cool. After we set our flip book, play sound 2D. Actually, take this, scoot it up. Take these, scoot it back. Take this, scoot it back as well, because I just am. Flip-flop. So what flip-flop does is it alternates between two different things of code, alternating every time it fires off. So what we're going to do is use this as a quick and dirty way to change the way our impacts sound, using flesh hit B there and flesh hit C here. What happens is we wind up playing those sounds. I'm not going to sound balance them because I just cannot be bothered. And it'll flip-flop between either or of those sounds, and then it will just jump back into our normal code, no matter which sound it plays. That's for whenever we get hit. Now let me look at our attack. Whenever I left click, enhanced attack. Okay, there we go. Actually, I'm going to spawn the sound on the damage field. Blueprint, objects, damage field. So whichever one of these, it says take damage, we're going to do play sound 2D. Or play sound at location. And the location is going to be actor, get actor location for this actor, because the sound is an impact sound that's happening at the impact site, which is happening, you guessed it, right here at the damage field. So play sound. I don't remember what they have it called. There's the flesh hits. I'm looking for material layer metal C. There we go. I'm actually going to delete it from here, and we're going to add it over here for both to just access once they've run their course. Nice. No sound when he just fires it off on his own, though, so let's take a look at that. What did I initially have it fire on? sound. I had it on get hit when I'm getting hurt. It alternates between the fleshy hit sounds. We're also going to copy that over to the enemy as well. Melee enemy, take damage. Once get hit has been selected. We take that, scoot it over. Take this part, scoot it over a little bit. And then over here, we want to paste. All right, now we're going to need to expand it. I was trying to avoid it. Move, scoot. Put that there. And then we do the same exact thing. We double connect that, so that way it only flip-flops through sound, but it will run everything else. Stretch that over there, put this right there, put this over here. Cool, kind of looks a little better. Not too much though. And, all right, the rest of that needs to go away. All right, got that there. Cool. No sounds of pain, and that's fine. If we overlap that trigger box, we go to the windscreen, and the reason that I didn't connect that is because we don't have a windscreen yet. We go to levels. We're going to create a level. We're going to duplicate that, call that lose screen. So now they exist, they will be called. We're going to save everything else there. I'm going to jump to this lose screen. We're going to add a camera. We're going to, let's see, the auto activates on there. What about possess? Nope, no possession on there. We need light. Or technically, I just need to move this back. Have it set to the 0 location. Let me make this unlit. This is, oh right, there's nothing in here. Jesus. Exponential height fog. Where's my blueprint for good sky? Blueprint, good sky. And you know what, that's honestly good enough. We are not going to be using the good sky for much of anything else. Time of day doesn't need to be a thing. Let's see, rendering, replication, that's all fine. Sun, moon, stars, all good. Please use the time float. Oh, got it. There we go. And now we can go ahead and set text to be in front of this. I'm going to move this back about -100. And then we're going to set text add a text render actor. I'm going to make it the story text. Alignment is going to be center, text, center. World size, 300 probably. And rotate it 180 degrees. You win. You win. There's got to be a way to pin this there. There we go. With that camera pinned, I can now just move things around. Make this about 100 and say there we go. And then we can add to the level blueprint, begin play, play sound 2D. Oh, that sounds lovely. Let's take a look at the fantasy adventure. Sure. .3 volume for it. Okay, so we have that playing. I want to go to that specific thing, which is the fantasy adventure. That'll be in my, let me close this, audios, fantasy adventure. Double click so that way we can go in here and set it to looping. I don't care about the other values. We're already telling it to operate at half the volume when it loads up in this level. And the lose screen is basically going to be the same. So let me just delete the lose screen, and then I'm going to duplicate this. So that way when we get to lose screen, it looks exactly the same. But we're going to go ahead and, you know, do that thing. We'll change it to the tutorial text just so that way it has a different color. And then over here, hooray! Let's go back to that camera and pin it. So that way we can set this up. And let's grab both of these and move them down a little bit. Cool, now let's go to our start menu. And I was supposed to probably do something over here as well. Let's actually go back to our windscreen. Close out the start menu. Well, destroy the start menu. Duplicate again. Start menu. And I'm mainly doing this so that way I can just come over here and get rid of the, change the text and or turn it into a UI thing. I really don't know how to do the Unreal UI stuff. Actually, we're probably going to go to ditch out right now. I need to finish making these menus, or rather make this a start menu. We know that the other two already exist, and I need to make a call to the end screen. We'll do that right here. Whenever I unalive, we'll go after it completes everything else. Open level by name. Lose screen. If false, we're going to delay by 1 whole second and then try and do this again. Because this is already like player's dead. It's only checking animation speed stuff at this point. So if it's not done with the animation, if it is done with the animation, it opens the level. If it's not done, we're waiting 1 more second and then opening the level anyway. Because the player's already dead. There's our death logic. There's so much on here for, jeez, no reason that I needed to go and do all of this much. This is what happens when I start mixing up ideas in my head from other projects. The damage field is good. Piranhos, good, good. Good. Good enough. And we are currently, what, in the start? Yeah, start menu. All right. I'll have to look up online real quick how to make a quick and dirty menu that actually works, because the one I made for my maze game was broken, so let me not use that same tutorial. But I can do all that on my own. I'm going to go ahead and end screen here and give thanks to those of you that participated in today's stream in the chat, including but not limited to Abman, Darklight, Jacob Williams, and of course the Blitwitch. Thank y'all very much for being here. It means a lot to me. Y'all saw as soon as I saw the names popping up in chat, that big old stupid grin on my face started up. So again, really, I appreciate you guys for being here. I hope y'all learned something, and see y'all in the next one. Stay frosty.